Right, so it's another beautiful morning here at the Thurston College grounds as we're all set for the week number 5 of Lancashire Premier League 2025. So we got Northern Falcons taking on Ashton Lions, the opening game of this 5th week here at the Thurston College grounds, and this is how it stands at the moment. The points table of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. You got Ashton Lions on top with 2 back-to-back wins. Beeston Warriors at number 2 and Northern Falcons winning their only game so far. And then we have Croston Kings, Southern Panthers and Western Tigers at the bottom of the table. So it's a big game coming up. Ashton Lions, the table toppers, will definitely try to make it 3 out of 3. Now this is how it looks. The orange cap for the highest run getter, it's Tarak Madhuanta from Southern Panthers, who's at the top with 147 runs. And then Sirat Malwattage of Beeston Warriors coming in at number 2. And then Abdul Rahman of Croston Kings at number 3 with 120 runs. So that's the orange cap. So looking into the purple cap, we got Udara Piris with 10 wickets for Southern Panthers. And then Pasindu Samarasinghe with 7 wickets in 4 games. And Dilip Niroshan once again from Southern Panthers with 6 wickets to his name. So that's how it stands. The purple cap of this Lancashire Premier League 2025. Now this match, Ashton Lions, the table toppers, taking on Northern Falcons, who are at number 4 in the points table. So now the reason why I mentioned that this is a big game coming up is because both these teams are unbeaten in the tournament so far. Ashton Lions winning back-to-back games, and Northern Falcons only played 1 match and they won that game quite comfortably. So it's a tight game, it's a good contest of this Lancashire Premier League coming up right here at Thurston College grounds, and we're ready to bring you the ball-by-ball live action of this exciting and thrilling contest coming up here at the Thurston College grounds. So we're moments away from first ball. The 2 umpires have already walked out to the middle. So Ashton Lions are now getting prepared out there at the centre. Remember, they won the toss earlier today, Ashton Lions, and they elected to field first. Now looking into the surface, I had a good look into the surface in the morning, and it looks like a flat deck and nothing much on offer for the bowlers. But coming in from one end, there is this spot where the spinners might just try to exploit. There were a few cracks in that spot, so I wouldn't be surprised if the spinners, especially the off spinners, would try to exploit that region. But other than that, I don't see any demons on this surface for the batters. So we'll be expecting some good runs, and I was told that there were a few matches that were played on this surface a couple of days back. A mercantile match to be precise, and the team scoring well in excess of 300 runs, so which means only one thing: we're in for some good, exciting cricket. Both the teams, they have some good players in their lineup, good batters who can change the game at any given moment. So that's why I mentioned at the start that this is going to be a very, very thrilling contest between 2 of the best teams in this tournament. Coming into the 5th weekend of the Lancashire Premier League, over the last 4 weekends we've seen a lot of good matches, good cricket being played by these teams, and the Lancashire Cricket Academy giving these players a good opportunity to showcase their talents and at the same time the matches being broadcasted live can see the action right from the comfort of your homes. Ashton Lions, they won their first game against Southern Panthers. They've been one of the dominant forces, but they won that match, Ashton Lions, by 2 wickets. And then against the Beeston Warriors, they won the match by 46 runs. That was on 10th of August right here at the Thurston College grounds. And looking into the Northern Falcons, they only played one match and they won that game against Southern Panthers again and winning the match by 2 wickets. Very contrasting fortunes for Ashton Lions in this tournament so far. In the previous year, they had to end the tournament at the bottom of the table. But look where they are now in this year, and they've been on the top of the table for some time now, for a couple of weeks, winning back-to-back matches with a good net run rate of over 1.038 to be precise. Northern Falcons opted to bat first, or rather been put into bat first. They have the likes of Mohammad Amjad and Hashim Lutfi as well. Only played one match so far, coming into the 5th weekend. Right, so we're set for the ball number 1. Here's Ashan with the ball in hand for Ashton Lions. Wasim for Northern Falcons. At the striker's end. For Ashton Lions with the ball in hand, it's Nipun Pereira who's at the top with 5 wickets. Ahmed Razlan coming in at number 2, and Ashan Danushka picked up 1 wicket so far in 1 game. There we go, sharp inward movement that time from Ashan. This is the phase where the bowlers will have to take control of the game, get a couple of early wickets, put them onto the back foot early on the batting side. Northern Falcons. Punch down the ground. And that has gone all the way for a boundary. Touch too full there from the bowler. And straight as an arrow it goes. Wasim giving out early intentions. Long on in position, but had no chance. That was straight as an arrow. So the first runs on the board for Northern Falcons comes off the bat of Wasim, who hits it straight down the ground for a boundary. All 3 of these deliveries from Ashan has been quite full. There we go, that's a good delivery. And that's off the edge as well. Won't run down towards the boundary, but we'll get a couple of runs. Lucky that time, Wasim. Getting a very thick inside edge. These are 25 over games, so anything in excess of 200 runs, which I think is getting quite, or rather, which I think is quite possible to get on a surface like this, which is good for batting. That's driven quite nicely this time. Through the gap he goes, Wasim. And it reaches the boundary. No chance for the fielder. We're in the power place. Only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. We got a long on and a deep fine leg in position. Or rather deep third man in position. But this has been driven quite nicely through that covers region for a boundary. So the second boundary in this over. And once again Ashan just touched too full. Got to pull the line, or rather the length, back a bit, just like that. Still touch too straight from Ashan. And that's the end of the first over. A good one, a good positive start for Northern Falcons. Couple of boundaries coming in the first over, 10 without loss. Mohammad Amjad. Scored 20 odd runs in the previous game, the highest run scorer for Northern Falcons. Here's Kavishka. Oh, that's a good delivery. There we go. That's the channel where you got to ball. Kavishka has been quite good with the ball in hand, even in the previous few games. A lot of fond memories for him in this tournament. I remember him, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous weekend where he finished the game with a 6 with the bat in hand to win the game for Ashton Lions. And now with the ball in hand, he's been quite consistent as well. That time touch to full, probably just sliding down the leg side. The 2 on-field umpires for today's game, the opening game of this 5th weekend. We got Chandana Dhanapala and Dinidu Prabodha, the 2 umpires out there at the centre, and Fazal Mohammed as our scorer for today's game. That's a good delivery. There we go. Right in that corridor of uncertainty. Just outside the off stump. Ashan to continue his second over. There we go. That's good bounce off the surface. There we go. There's a bit of stickiness on the surface in the morning, but with this bright sunshine pouring in at the moment, I'm sure that stickiness would go away. There's a bit of moisture on the surface. Probably would have been under the covers the whole time, not being watered. But I don't see that being a problem for the batters because the sunshine, as I mentioned earlier, is pouring in. So that stickiness would probably go away, but the surface all in all looks pretty solid. We'll have a good bounce on the surface as well. A surface where the batters would be able to trust the bounce, especially against the spinners. They can trust the bounce. We'll see when a spinner comes in. Oh, Wasim. It was there to be hit though. Outside the off stump, touch to full once again from Ashan. But the legs, there we go. The legs weren't working that time from Wasim. So he couldn't really reach to that delivery, and at the same time couldn't really get under the ball properly. Punched on the ground this time. And straight into the hands of the long on fielder who's on deep, trying to protect those boundaries. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. A good positive start so far for Northern Falcons. 14 runs without losing a wicket. These two batters just trying to make sure that they adjust to the conditions first before try to play any extravagant shots. But we saw Wasim. He seems to be the more dominant partner of this opening pair. That's been cut away quite nicely. Won't reach all the way for a boundary, but a couple of runs, or not just a single. Good bit of fielding. And that's the end of the over. 3 overs done, 15 without loss. Oh, there we go. Mohammad Amjad First ball of this over from Kavishka. Touch to full outside the off stump, and Mohammad Amjad finally breaks the shackles and goes through the offside. Lofted, but very effective. It's gone all the way for a boundary. Just one bounce into the boundary line. So the first boundary for Mohammad Amjad. That's up in there. A chance. Right in between the two fielders. No chance. Kavishka hitting the deck hard and getting it right at the helmet level of the batter. Yeah, there we go. No chance. Goes right in between the two fielders. Lucky that time, Wasim. That's once again a good looking shot, but it's going nowhere. And safe once again. Mohammad Amjad very lucky. Trying to go after the bowling of Kavishka. That didn't really go anywhere. For a moment I thought it cleared the boundary well, because that was very powerfully struck, but it just went. The elevation was the only thing there. Good thing about that shot. Didn't really reach the distance. But he survives. He's living dangerously, Mohammad Amjad. This time he gets it. And that has gone all the way for a 6. That's the kind of shot that he was trying to play in the previous delivery as well. But this time, he gets a good connection. He gets it down the ground. There we go. Touch to full right in his arc. And he played it down the ground all the way for a maximum. Once again, this time he gets another boundary. A 6 and a 4 to Mohammad Amjad. Moves into 20, or rather 16 of just 10 deliveries. And there we go. So much power behind that shot. Through that mid-wicket region he goes. Had to fetch that ball from outside the off stump, which he did quite well that time. Seems to me like a powerful guy, Mohammad Amjad. Hammering the ball. Now this time it goes up in there. Fielder coming under it. And he takes it quite comfortably. So Mohammad Amjad just trying the same thing. Few too many times, I would say. And Kavishka has a last laugh. Went for a 6 and a 4. Only to be dismissed in this fashion. Once again trying to work that ball towards the mid-wicket region. But a leading edge only took that ball towards that backward point region. So 4 overs done. Northern Falcons losing their first wicket for 31 runs. And Mohammad Amjad is gone for 16 of 11. I wonder what happened there. Full length delivery once again from Shan. There we go. Right in that block court. Once again, this is good damage control from Ashan. Getting the ball right outside the off zone. There we go. Just maybe touch too full to my liking, but still, dot balls are precious. There we go. That's a good length. Much better over this from Ashan. And just a couple of rounds coming off from that over. 5 done, 32 for 1. Kavishka back with the ball in hand, picked up a wicket in the previous over. Quite expensive so far, just 17 runs being conceded in 2.1 overs. But, has picked up a wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery. My goodness, how did that miss that leg stump? Because that was very, very close. That's a good ball which actually deceived the batter Wasim. It actually dipped on the batter. It was a touch too slow as well. Just deceiving the batter right at the right time. There we go. My goodness, that was very, very close to that leg stump. There we go. Perfect. Perfect execution. Now this time he goes up in there and it reaches a boundary. Just touch to full there from Kavishka once again. See, the thing about this bowling from Kavishka and Ashan, who's bowling from the two ends, is that Kavishka is offering these batters pace. So whenever he goes full, it becomes rather easy for the batters just to whack that ball through the offside or maybe down the ground because there's pace on offer. But in contrast, the bowling of Ashan, it's touch too slow compared to Kavishka, so the batters will have to put that extra bit of push, extra bit of power to get it all the way towards the boundary. And just like that, Wasim just rather push once again to or rather using the pace of the delivery towards that deep fine leg region for a single. So Kavishka got to be careful because he's offering pace, and if he gets his line and length wrong, the chances of him being whacked around the ground is quite high compared to Ashan, because Ashan is not offering any pace on the surface. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a bit of stickiness onto the surface, so it can be, the stroke making can be a bit hard against Ashan compared to Kavishka, who's bowling at a good pace. So he got to make sure that he's pulling his line, or rather the length, back a bit, bowling in that good length region rather than bowling it touch to full. There we go, that's good. That's the good area where he should bowl, right outside the off stump on a good length. That makes all the difference. There we go. Just completely making the batter clueless out there at the center. Last ball of this over coming up, just a 5 runs so far, including a boundary. Six overs done, the power play is done. 37 runs for the Northern Falcons for the loss of 1 wicket. Hamad Ibrahim, he's the new bowler, so change of bowling. Left arm orthodox from Hamad Ibrahim, so change of bowling right after the power play from the Aston Lions. We've got a nice loop there from Hamad Ibrahim. He bowled well in the previous game as well, has a good change of pace as well, which makes it difficult for the batters to cope up with. That's up in there and just over there to the fielder. And it goes all the way for a boundary. Wasim just cutting that ball. There's a lot of risk in that shot, but he gets it effective this time. He gets it all the way for a boundary. There we go. Nicely bowled. Now has a good loop. Hamad Ibrahim just tossing it up. Not easy to get under the ball. That time just touched to full. That's not a good delivery. And that has gone all the way for a boundary. touch to full outside the off stump and driven away quite nicely. Seven overs done, 45 for 1. Mohammad Insaf yet to get off the mark. Here's Nipun Pereira. So spin from both the ends straight away. From the Ashton Lions, that has been their go-to strategy in this tournament so far. And it has worked out dramatically well for them. Winning back-to-back games. Driven once again, this time a full toss. It's not a good delivery from Nipun Pereira. A full toss being driven away quite nicely this time. Wazim is in good form. He moves into 31 of 27. See, the good thing about that shot is he didn't really try to overhit it. He just trusted the surface and just gracefully drove that ball through the covers for a boundary. Once again, very wide outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Nipun Pereira just racking his length a bit more shorter. He has done a good job there. 5 runs coming on off his first over. 50 up for Northern Falcons at the end of over number 8. Here's Hamad Ibrahim once again. That was too close to his body. Mohammad Insaf just trying to cut that ball. Gone. There we go. That's his second wicket. And Hamad Ibrahim in his second over has struck gold for the Ashton Lions, and it's Mohammad Insaf who has to depart. The Northern Falcons losing their second wicket. Once again a tossed up delivery outside the off stump and straight into the hands of that covers fielder. Didn't really have to move much. Got him straight right into his pockets. There we go. The second wicket goes down for Northern Falcons, and 50 for 2 now. The second wicket goes down for 50. Northern Falcons losing a couple of wickets early on in the first 10 overs. It's always a good sign for the Ashton Lions. If they keep on this rate, will not allow these Northern Falcon batters to form up any sort of partnership. But Wasim is still out there in the centre. 31 off 31, runner ball 31 runs. Oh, it goes all the way for a boundary off the edge. That's how good this surface, the outfield is. Because that was very casual pace there from Hamad Ibrahim off the edge. And it runs down towards the boundary with ease. There we go. Nine done, 54 for 2. Nipun Pereira back with the ball in hand. First over in for just 5 runs. Seems to be bowling with some good control. With a leg spin. There we go, just a hint of spin away from Ashim Latif. Who's coming in at number 4 for Northern Falcons. A quick single. Good run in between the wickets that time. But Wazim is the key. If we can survive out there for another 5 to 6 overs, that'll put Northern Falcons into a really good position, given that they don't lose wickets in regular intervals. So the rest of the batters should make sure that they're batting it around Wazim, who's going on well at the moment. 33, a runner ball 33. He's rotating the strike really well and getting those boundaries intact as well. Will be wide as it is. So this is what I've mentioned, that this surface is a good track to bat on. If you give a bit more time, if you can survive out there in the first couple of overs, then there's plenty of runs all around. So spinners might try to explode. Now, from the end where Nipun Pereira, if you can remember, as I said earlier at the start, there is this one spot from the end where Nipun Pereira is bowling at the moment. Outside the off stump, there is this spot, a rough spot, where the spinners might actually just try to exploit. And I think Nipun Pereira, he has already identified this spot and is trying to get that ball to pitch in that region. So 10 overs done, 59 for 2. That's up in there. Oh, right on the bounce. Got to hurry. A good run in between the wickets. There we go. Wazim. The intentions are quite clear. He's running out of patience, it seems. Trying to whack that ball. Hamad Ibrahim. Not easy against him because it's quite difficult to get under the ball properly against Hamad Ibrahim. The way he's bowling is he's tossing it up, yes. But the height he's bowling at, he's a tall player, so the point of release is very, very high, so it becomes a touch too difficult for the batter to get under the ball properly and to hit it, down the ground properly. So you got to be careful. I mean, if the trajectory is flat and if it's coming right at you, you can play along the line of the delivery quite well, but not that time again. Hamad Ibrahim. Right, so change of bowling. Ahmed Rajlan being brought in to bowl the first over of his spell. Wasim on 34. Another tossed up delivery this time. Nicely flighted. Wasim just showing some patience, but the last over he tried to go for some big shots, which might be an indication where he's losing a bit out there at the centre. Because runs have not come in easily. There we go. That's just punched down the ground. Once again, the long on region was vacant at that time. There's a big gap in that region and he exploited it really well. Goes all the way for a boundary. So a boundary after quite some time. There we go. Punched down the ground. More towards the mid-wicket region. For a moment I thought it went straight, but right in that gap between the deep square leg and long on. Oh, that's a full toss. Missed by the batter and the wicket keeper. So 2 boundaries in this over. And Wasim moves into 42. Oh, that's not a good delivery. Has been called wide. Ahmed Rajlan just feeling the pressure at the moment. 9 runs coming off from his over. There you go, much better. That's not able to finish things off. 9 runs coming off from that over. 72 for 2 at the end of over number 12. 42 for Wasim. Mohammad Amjad gone for 16. So at the end of over number 12, it's been a good positive start for Northern Falcons. 72 for 2 with the ball in hand. Kavishka Vijay Vardhana picking up 1 for 22 and Hamad Ibrahim picking up 1 wicket for 15. Hamad Ibrahim. Back with the ball in hand. To ball his fourth over. He's nice, has a nice loop and bowling in some good areas. And at the same time bowling in some good pace as well. That's up in there once again, but well placed, and it goes all the way for a boundary. Wasim moves into 46, just one hit away from reaching his half century. Once again, wide outside the off stump. See, the key thing about that shot is he played it late against Hamad. He's been playing that ball late as possible, and that's one key thing as to why Wasim has been quite successful against Hamad Ibrahim. Understanding when to execute that shot. A single taker, that's the end of the over. 13 done, 78 for 2. Right, so change of bowling now once again. Litika coming in. Here's Litika. Cut away quite nicely this time. Wasim. He gets a boundary. That's the half century for Wasim. A superb knock coming in as the opener. And has batted through 13 overs. And has picked up a boundary to reach to his half century. Once again through that backward point region. He's been playing some really good shots along that side of the ground. Especially score of the wicket. I haven't really seen him utilizing the squalic region. But the point region has been utilized really good properly to get multiple boundaries off of that region. And the good thing, as I mentioned earlier, against the spinners, against the fast bowlers, we're playing it late. Just letting that ball come on to his bat. That's up in there. And it's taken. Oh, what a catch. What a catch. For a moment I thought that he's gonna fumble it up, but nope. He has taken an absolute blinder of a catch there out in the outfield. And Ashim Latif has to depart. Litika just pitching it very wide outside the off stump. So he had to fetch it from outside the off stump, but hitting that bottom part of the bat. There we go. He goes high up in there and almost reaching the boundary. But look at this catch. There we go. He takes it, fumbles a bit, and he gets it cleanly at the end. So the third wicket goes down, and Ashim Latif, he's gone for 10. Now it's 83 for the loss of 5 wickets. Rather 4 wickets, I beg your pardon. 83 for 3. Here's Litika. Not the best of the deliveries. Right onto his body. Last ball of this over coming up. A good delivery finish things off. 6 runs coming off from that over and a wicket. And Litika's first over comes to an end. 14 done. 11 more overs to go. 85 for 3. Right, so Hamad Ibrahim to continue. A full toss to start off with. And it goes all the way for the boundary. Wasim. See, very subtle and elegant that time from Wasim as well. And not once we have seen him trying to overhit those boundaries through the offside. Whether it's coming after bouncing or whether it's a full toss, he doesn't really try to overhit it when that ball is bound to travel all the way towards the boundary on the offside. He's just very elegantly playing it away from the fielder into the gap, and it rushes towards the boundary. So that's how good he is at the moment. The way he's negotiating these bowlers, the way he's getting those runs to get the scoreboard ticking always. It's such a fascinating innings so far from Wasim. The way he has developed this innings. 58 over 50. There we go. Ijaz just trying to whack that ball once again. Not easy against Hamad Ibrahim. I told you this multiple times. It's not easy to get under the ball of Hamad Ibrahim because his point of release, he's a tall player, his point of release is very, very high. So to get under the ball, you've got to make sure that you have a really good understanding as to where the trajectory, where the pace and everything is coming off from Hamad Ibrahim. And that takes time. And if it's your third delivery, it's not going to be easy. Might as well try it, but it's not going to be easy. Oh, good delivery. My goodness, that's a good one there from Hamad Ibrahim. Caught the batter off the guard. Just getting him stuck in his back foot. Almost chopping that off stump. Oh, there we go. Just getting that ball at the last moment. Faster delivery to finish things off. 7 runs coming off from that over. 15 done. 92 for 3. This time a slight deflection and it reaches the boundary. Yes, it does. It's Wasim once again, and everything he touches at the moment turns to gold. There we go, just a slight deflection of the bat towards that deep third man region. Once again, knew exactly where the fielder was positioned, so has a good game awareness. Otherwise, he would have played it much more squarer, but he was careful enough to play it as fine as possible so that it reaches the boundary. So this is good game awareness from Wasim. He has a really good understanding about the field. So looking into the field at the moment, well, we got a deep third man in position, a deep square leg, a long on and deep extra cover in position. So 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Three on the offside, or rather, they are long on and long off in position. Deep square leg, deep cover in position, and the third man. So 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Right, so with that single, 100 comes up for Northern Falcons. 100 for the loss of just 3 wickets in 15.4 overs. So after this over, there'll be 9 overs remaining in the game. So if they can get at least another 70 to 80 runs in those last 9 overs, that would put some pressure on the Aston Lions. But remember, they have a good batting lineup. They've chased things down, they've defended well. So they have a good all-round team, Aston Lions, who are up to any challenge that is being posed upon them. Yeah, probably the height might be an issue there. Last ball of this over. Just 7 runs coming off from this over. This time again, he gets a boundary. Wasim, very cheeky, but very, very effective that time as well. The third man was brought inside the 30-yard circle. And he placed it away from that fielder once again, and the ball travels at a flash. 104 for 3. The end of over number 16. Asking the question this time, nothing there. Nipun Pereira being brought in to bowl the 17th over. In big inside edge, onto the pads. Wasim on 59 or 54. Punch on the ground. Straight into the hands of the fielder. Gone, there we go. And it's Ijaz who has to depart, and Northern Falcons losing another wicket here. 105 for 4 now. And Nivun Pereira finally gets a breakthrough. Let's have a look at that again. There we go, just touched too close to his body. Just went with the arm. A slightly faster delivery from Nipun Pereira, and Ijaz simply clueless that time. Right, so another change of bowling. Mohan Raj is being given the responsibility to bowl the 18th over. Wasim is still out there, 60 or 57. Remember, he came in as the opener and he's played an absolute stunning innings. And if he can bat 25 overs, which at this rate I think he would, that will make all the difference for Northern Falcons. There needs at least one batter who can anchor the innings, and he has done that dramatically well so far. And I really like the way he built his innings right from the start to the very end. He's made sure that the scoreboard is sticking all throughout, and there we go. There's another boundary this time. As straight as an arrow it goes, Wasim. He gets to 60. There we go, punched on the ground, along the ground. So it's not too many risks associated with that shot there from Wasim. It moves into 64. That's a good delivery, but might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. Wasim, it's his day. I mean, when it's your day, it's simply your day, because see this delivery. That's a peach of a delivery from the bowler Mohan Raj, but the end result, he goes all the way for a boundary. Wasim moves into 68 of just 61 deliveries. Northern Falcons are cruising at the moment, 113 for 4. Straight to the long off fielder. Wasim gets a single, moves into 69. We haven't seen a century so far in this tournament, and Wasim has a good chance now of recording that first century in this tournament. 18 done, 114 for 4. Hafshan Hamza is a new batter in for the Northern Falcons. And from the looks of it, seems like Kavishka Vijayavardhana has been brought in to bowl this 19th over. And it's the power over, which means only 2 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard circle, and it will be bowled with a pink ball. And Hafshan Hamza And Wasim will try to exploit these power overs. So it'll be 2 overs. One from Kavishka, and we'll see who's going to bowl the next over. Probably Mohan Raj, because he did well in the previous over. I wouldn't mind him with the pink ball. Oh, that's gone. That's gone all the way, but not to be. There's long off in position. So only 2 fielders permitted to be outside the 30-yard circle. So we got a long off and a deep third man in position. And now they're bringing in that deep third man fielder inside the 30-yard circle. And the deep fine leg fielder who was inside the 30-yard circle now has been pushed back towards the boundary rope. So change in the field, and Hafshan Hamza. Wonder what he'll try to do now. Flicked away quite nicely. But there is this deep fine leg fielder who will cut it down for just a couple of runs. Now another change in the field. Long off fielder has now walked right into the 30-yard circle. So now we got a backward square leg fielder and the deep fine leg. So the plan is quite simple from the bowler Kavishka. He's got to bowl it onto the pads. He's going to keep it straight. There we go. You set the field to backward square leg and deep fine leg, and you bowl it short outside the off stump. So he has that freedom of the option of bowling it short, but he got to keep it straight. Because what happens if you bowl it outside the off stump is just the batter can actually scoop that ball, or rather uppercut that ball above the head of that third man fielder who's up in the 30-yard circle. Just like that, just like that. You cannot bowl outside the off stump when you have the field on the onside. You got to make sure that you keep it straight. There we go. That's just easy. Easy pickings for Wasim, because he's been out there for some time now for 60 odd deliveries. So he has a good understanding as to what to expect. That is Hafshan Hamza, I beg your pardon. But still, not the best of the delivery from Kavishka. If you set the field on the onside, there is a deep fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Got to bowl it straight. Once you bowl it on the offside, it becomes easy pickings for any batter. Now the backward square leg, or rather the deep backward square leg fielder comes in towards the backward square leg, or rather square leg region, I beg your pardon, and that's punched down the ground. This is not good bowling. This is not bowling according to the field, a field which Kavishka himself placed. There we go. Full toss, punched down the ground. 19 done, 125 for 4. Ashan Danushka. Brought in to bowl the second power over. He bowled well at the start. Missed 14 runs in his first 3 overs. has been whacked away onto the offside. There's protection, but no chance. He runs away for another boundary. And Wasim moves into 73. Yeah, so the batter walking across. Hassan has tried to bowl it wide outside the off stump. But the batter was well in a position to get the full face of the bat and slash that ball onto the offside through that covers region for a boundary. He moves into 73, Wasim. Oh, that's been given as a wide. The batter coming down the track a bit and moving across as well, but that's, I think, is a fair decision to give it as a wide that time. Well outside the reach of the batter. 73 or 66 for Wasim. Is Hassan. And he misses it once again. So it's a nice dip from Ashan that time that really deceived the batter Wasim. Once again, the feet not moving that much. Couldn't really get at the pitch at the delivery. But this is good from Ashan. I think he did well in his first spell, and coming into his second spell, bowled well so far. Just 5 runs. It's been pitched outside the leg stump. There's the take from the umpire as well. Yeah, there we go. That's a good decision. Last ball of this over. A really good one. Remember, it's a power over. This time he has whacked it away. And it goes all the way for a boundary. And he finally gets a boundary in this over. Northern Falcons are now 134 for the loss of 4 wickets. Wide outside the off stump and slapped away. Brilliant strike there. And he moves into 77 now, Wasim. That's a good looking shot. Mid wicket has been exploited well, and Hafshan Hamza gets a 6. Nipun Pereira just touched to a full and straight. That's just asking for trouble. The area where he wants to bowl at this stage of the game. And the score goes up to 142. This is a really, really good score from the Northern Falcons. After this over, 4 more overs to go. And 30-40 runs from those 4 overs means that they have a score of well over 170 runs, which is going to be crucial. The surface, as I mentioned earlier, it's a good track to bat on. And these batters from Northern Falcons have done justice for my statement. Punched on the ground, Wasim. There's one bounce, a couple of bounds into the line, the hands of the fielder. He moves into 79, and that's the end of the over. 21 overs done, 144 for 4. Oh, that's up in there. The chance. No, it's gone all the way for a 6. Wasim with a 6 down the ground, and he moves into 80s. There we go. Superb shot down the ground once again. A new bowler being used to bowl this 22nd over. I wonder whether that's the right decision there from the captain of Aston Lions. Because Wasim is going all over the park at the moment. He moves into 86, just 14 away from recording the first century of this tournament. Has to be a wide as it is. There we go. Ishrat Tahir is trying to bowl it wide outside the off stump, but got it entirely wrong this time. 150 is up for Northern Falcons as well. Right, so all eyes on Wasim. He's on 86 of 73. He goes through the onside. And that's being taken. Is it? No, I think that's just on the bounce. I didn't really get a clear-cut view of that particular incident. But yeah, just a single. Maybe that went right on the bounce towards the fielder down at the deep mid-wicket. So he moves into 87. Off the edge, is it? Yes, it is. That's going all the way for the boundary. This time it's Hafshan Hamza, who's playing an absolute blinder of an innings here. He moves into 24 of just 11. And Ishrat Tahir. This is not a good over from Tahir by any means. 14 runs with one more delivery to go. And the idea of giving the 22nd over to Ishrat Tahir, who hasn't bowled an over in this match so far, is certainly backfired at the hands of Aston Lions. Last ball of this over. Once again, onto the onside, and that'll be a single. So 15 runs coming off from the over. And at the end of over number 22, Northern Falcons 159 for 4.
You're going to survive that time. Hafshan Hamza. Couple of wides in this over so far. Just one legal delivery. Bit of hesitation there from Wasim to get back to the second run, but eventually they do. Score goes up to 163 for 4. Punched on the ground. There's protection in the deep. Just a single. Oh, cut away quite nicely. Away from that point fielder, and he gets a boundary, Wasim, and he moves into 91. There we go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect execution. Away from that point fielder. And it reaches the boundary. He's on 91 now. Oh, quick single. And a single to finish things off. 23 overs done. 169 for 4, and Wasim is on 92. There's Mohan Raj. The 24th over. The penultimate over of this game, and Northern Falcons on 169 for 4 with Wasim on 92. That's down the leg side. That might go all the way for a boundary. A poor start to the over from Ishrat Tahir. I'm quite surprised to see why they're going ahead with Ishrat Tahir, because his first over went for 15 runs. And now, to bowl the penultimate over of this match, and he's been brought back. As to Lions, they have multiple bowling options. They have quite a lot of bowling options, but they've gone with Ishrat Tahir to bowl this 24th over, which is a quite surprise for me. Yeah, just a single. Moves into 97, or rather 93, beg your pardon, Wasim. Now that's up in there, a chance for the fielder. Oh, he takes it. Oh, that's a good catch. That's a really, really good catch there from Nipun. He misjudged it up to a certain extent, but he recovered well. He had to dive forward. He was up in there for some time. There we go. That's a good one. That's a good take. And the fourth wicket goes down, and Hafshan Hamza, he has to depart for 28 runs of just 16 deliveries. A good knock from Hamza, and Northern Falcons now 175 for 5. Dilhan Rami's first ball, and he takes it. So back-to-back wickets for Ishrat Tahir. Dilhan wastes no time. First ball he faced, trying to go after Ishrat Tahir. He was up in there for some time, and Ahmad, is it? Has taken a good catch in the deep to get rid of the new batter. So he's on a hat-trick all of a sudden, Ishrat Tahir. Now it's 175 for 6. Right, he's on a hat-trick, Ishrat Tahir. Gets a single. So no hat-tricks for Ishrat Tahir. That'll put Wasim on strike. Yeah, just another single. This is turning out to be a good over from Ishrat Tahir. Though his first over went for 15 runs, he's come back quite strongly in this over. That'll run away for another boundary. This time, it's the new batter. There we go. Off the edge. It goes high up in there and over the head of the fielder. And the score goes up to 181 for the loss of 6 wickets now. Tuan Wazim is a new batter, or rather Praveen Fernando. He's a new batter. He's on 5. Right, so the last over. They're coming back for the second run. Got to hurry, and he's gone. My goodness, that's very, very unfortunate. So it's Wazim who has to depart. A superb knock of 95 runs, if I'm not mistaken. Just 5 runs shy of a stunning century. Well, that's how cricket is. You had to depart for 95. It was firmly struck. There was no second run in there. He was very keen to get back to his second run, or rather to get to that second run. But there you go. Good work from the wicketkeeper. So Wazim has to depart for 95 runs. And Northern Falcons are now 182 for 7 with 5 more deliveries remaining. Mohan Raj. Couple of runs there. Good run in between the wickets. Good game of awareness that time from both the batters. Powerfully struck once again. Couple of runs, got to hurry, and that's gone. The finger goes up from the umpire. And once again, Mohan Raj ended up bowling a full toss, punched down the ground, and the batter is very keen to get back to the second run. And good work from Mohan Raj. The batter's very, very short of his ground. Oh, he made a fumble out of it. Mohan Raj had the chance of picking up the third wicket in this over, but he couldn't collect the ball cleanly that time. A good throw from the fielder as well, but never mind, 190 runs on the board. There we go, slapped down the ground. Last ball, here we go. Oh, that's gone all the way for a 6. What a way to finish things off. And Northern Falcons complete their 25 overs with a staggering 196 runs on the board for the loss of 8 wickets. And all thanks to Wasim, who played an absolute stunning knock of 95 runs. And now the finishing touches from Praveen Fernando means Northern Falcons finish things off with 196 runs for the loss of 8 wickets in their 25 overs here at Thurston College Grounds. It's a good batting track, and these batters have done justice to this really good surface here at the Thurston College Grounds. So Northern Falcons 196 for the loss of 8 wickets. So 95 runs for Wasim. Very unfortunate to get dismissed in a run out. But then Hafshan Hamza 28 of 16, and Praveen Fernando adding the finishing touches as well, 14 of just 5 deliveries. So at the end of their 25 overs, they have made 196 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. Looking into the bowling, couple of wickets for Ishrat Tahir, and then Kavish Bandara 1 for 34. Hamad Ibrahim 1 for 28. Nipun Pereira picking up 1 for 22, and Litika Damsit picking up 1 for 17 as well. So in this middle over, especially against the spinners, with Wasim out there at the centre, none of them were able to really, get themselves settled in. As a result, the opposition, Northern Falcons, have scored 196 with the loss of 8 wickets. So we'll have a look at the highlights of this run chase. Northern Falcons finishing with 196 runs for the loss of 8 wickets in their 25 overs. Praveen Fernando just adding those finishing touches. This is how it started. The 2 openers started out well. Ashan started off with the proceedings with the ball in hand, but a good positive start for the Northern Falcons. The 2 openers gave everything out there at the centre, really made sure that they be positive and proactive for role number 1, and they played some really good shots all around the park. And Avishka Vijayavardhana was the man to pick up the first wicket. His previous 2 deliveries went for a 6 and a 4, but then the third delivery, it did the trick with the ball in hand for Ashton Lyons. But then Wasim, he just continued to play some really good shots all around the park and really anchored the innings right from the beginning to the end, making sure that Ashton Lyons would end up with a really, really good score at the end of their 25 overs, which they did. And the credit should go to Wasim, how he negotiated this bowling. Now, one of the good things about this bowling, this is Hamad. He bowled well, picked up a couple of wickets, and really made sure that the Northern Falcons are not going bizarre at the centre. And but even he couldn't do much with the ball in hand in this match, as Wasim really made sure that each and every bowler gets a good hammering out here at the centre. Not the best conditions to bowl at, especially if you are a fast bowler. The conditions were not that suitable. It was more of a batting friendly surface, and but nothing to be taken away from the way Wasim batted. Very pleasing to the eyes as well, and not overhitting the ball and making sure that every shot, every run matters. And he got the scoreboard ticking as well right from the start to the end, and there was not any moment of the game where Northern Falcons seems to be, running out of options to score and, being lethargic out there at the centre. So the runs really came in a steady rate, and the run rate, if you noticed, were well over 6 runs all throughout the 25 overs. So that is something that Northern Falcons would be really, really happy. The way they batted, the way the whole batting lineup batted, and how they batted around Wasim, who was playing more of an anchor role, and rest of the batters just came in and supported, and few of the batters like Praveen and at the same time few other batters really complimented Wazim really well, and made sure that Northern Falcons would end up with a good score, and especially in those middle overs. And there were a few phases where the bowlers took control of the game, not by picking up wickets but by regulating the run flow or restricting the run flow. But soon after a poor delivery was being bowled, the batters really made sure to thump on to those poor deliveries and to get those boundaries whenever possible. Whenever there's an opportunity, they went after the bowling and they picked up wickets, or rather picked up those boundaries when it mattered the most. So a good all-round performance from the Northern Falcons. Remember, both these teams are unbeaten in the tournament so far, and for Ashton Lions to preserve their unbeaten record in this tournament, they need to chase this target down. 197, and on a surface which is batting friendly, I would say this run chase is going to be very, very interesting to see. So stay tuned with us as well as we bring you ball by ball live action of this run chase here at the Thurston College ground. So the Ashton Lions will need 197 for the loss of, or rather 197 in their 25 overs. So Northern Falcons finishing their 25 overs with 196. Wazim, the pick of the batters, at 95 of 80, and Tahir picking up 2 for 27 as well. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase. So stay tuned with us as we bring you the live action of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. Right, so Northern Falcons 196 for 8 in their 25 overs, which means the Ashton Lions will need 197 runs to win in their 25 overs. So welcome back to the Thurston College grounds as we bring you the live ball-by-ball action of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. The Ashton Lions, they need 197 in their 25 overs, so it's going to be one good run chase from Ashton Lions if they can do this on a surface which actually favors the batters. So it'll be a very interesting run chase. It's not impossible, I would say, on the surface, on the conditions, given the conditions here at the Thurston College grounds. Not an impossible task, but it's just that they need consistency right from the start to the end. They need one batter, just like Wasim did for Northern Falcons. Ashton Lions, they do need a batter who can bat through these 25 overs and one who can anchor the innings and to get this team over the line. The two openers are ready. And the Northern Falcons, I beg your pardon, Northern Falcons. The field is walking out to the middle as well. As we're all set to start out the proceedings. Ritika Damsit, one of the openers for Ashton Lions, and Mohammad Nafiz at the other end. Ashim Latif. Well, that's a good way to start things off. A good delivery. Oh, it's been called a no ball. Certainly a good start for Ashton Lions, I would say. Oh, that's a beamer. For a moment, I thought that was a bouncer. Ah, no. It's going all the way for a boundary. And it's going to be a free hit. Yeah, there we go. Confirmation from the umpire. So a free hit to start off with for Ashton Lions and Lithika Damsit is at the striker's end. That's over the head of the fielder and might just go all the way for a boundary. Yes, it does. So Lithika Damsit takes a full advantage of the no ball. Another full toss has been backed away through the long on region for another boundary here. There we go. For more extra runs. Turning out to be a big over from Ashim Latif. Already 13 runs coming off from this over. Now we got 3 more deliveries to go. Oh, is that a good take? Oh, yes, it is. And that's the first wicket down. And Lithika Damsit trying to work that ball towards the offside. Let's have a look at that again. It was there to be hit. But oh my goodness, that's a good one. That's a really, really good catch there from the fielder. So the first wicket goes down once again, hitting the bottom part of the bat. So it was going nowhere. But it dipped right in front of the fielder. So he had to time his dive, which he did up to the perfection. So the first wicket goes down for Ashton Lions. And Ashim Latif gets a breakthrough. That's a good delivery once again. He was touch expensive in the first half of the over, but now he has come back strongly to pick up a wicket. Praveen, that's the end of the over. 13 runs from the first over and a wicket. That goes up in there. A chance. Oh, dropped. That was a tough one though, out in the outfield. Farzan Nadeem. He was up in there for some time and just inches away from him. He was in a very awkward position to take that catch, so he's never going to make it. Oh, that's a good shot. My goodness, that was powerfully struck from Farzan Nadeem and he goes all the way for the boundary. There we go. Absolutely slapped. Punched on the ground, both long on and long, or rather mid on and mid off up inside the 30-yard circle, meaning that anything beating those two fielders will run down towards the boundary with ease. Farzan Nadeem gets another boundary, this time down the ground, straight as an arrow.
2 overs done, 24 for 1. Flicked away for a boundary. Farzan Nadeem this time, or rather Mohammad Nafiz. There we go, Hafiz just flicking it all the way towards the boundary.
And once again, back-to-back boundaries. Has I gone all the way for a 6? Here we go. Confirmation from the umpire. It's going all the way for a 6. Brilliant strike that time. Down the ground. This time it's up in there. No chance. Just on the bounce. And more boundaries. This time through the score of the wicket. And the squalic region has been exploited as well. Runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Yeah, probably in height issue there to not to give it as out from the umpire. Right, so last ball of this over. Another expensive one from Praveen. That's punched on the ground. There's a fielder. Oh, he drops it. He was up in there for some time and the fielder had plenty of time to settle under the ball. But it pops out of his hands at the last moment. Let's have a look at that again. It was up in there for some time, as I mentioned earlier. There we go. Settling under the ball well. He Oh, just popped out of his hands. 3 done. 40 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Whacked away this time. It's another boundary. Mohammad Nafiz moves into 20 in no time. Aston Lions moves into 45 once again. Picked up quite nicely. You can trust the bounce on this surface. And that's a good shot. To the offside he goes. Set the half century. There we go. Aston Lions 15, just 4 overs. 50 for the loss of 1 wicket. Mohammad Nafiz on 25 of 11 and Farzam Nadeem on 14. Guiding his team really well at the moment.
And Mohammad Nafi's first ball from Kasun Pereira. One bounce and into the boundary line it goes, through that mid-wicket ridge and down on one knee. There we go. That's a good shot. Imposing the pressure on the batter right from the set go. We're still in the power play, so only two fielders are permitted to be outside the 30-yard circle. And these two batters are taking the full advantage of that situation. And Mohammad Nafiz is on 29 of 12. Well, that just popped out of his hands, Kasun Pereira. Maybe the idea was to give a bit more air, but he ended up giving way too much air that time. It just popped out of his hands, Kasun Pereira. That's been given as a wide. The pressure, he must be feeling the pressure. The first ball, big dispatch for a boundary. The pressure is always on the bowler. Oh, that might reach to another boundary. Yes, it does. Mohammad Nafiz. When anything he touches at the moment, he turns to gold. Because that has gone all the way for a boundary once again. Didn't really time it up to the perfection. The execution was not perfect. But still, good enough to get it all the way towards the boundary. 13, or rather 11 runs so far from this over, with couple more deliveries to go. Oh my goodness, that's a good shot there. That's gone. That is out of the park. That made a really good sound off the bat. There we go. Just slapped it and slapped it up to the perfection. He moves into 40 of just 15 deliveries. 17 runs so far from this over. Here's the last ball. A faster delivery from Kasun Pereira. And that's the end of the over. 5 done. 67 for 1. 6. Oh, it's taken. It's a no ball. It's taken in the deep though. Didn't really get the connection he was looking for. Oh, it was there to be hit. Yeah, but couldn't really clear the boundary that time. Mohammad Nafiz, he's on 40. Turning out to be a good over from Koshita. Given the circumstances, 7 runs off an over is something that they can celebrate. Aston Lions at the end of over number 6. 75 for the loss of 1 wicket. Cousin Pereira back with the ball in hand. At the end of a power play, Aston Lions 75 runs. Couldn't have asked for a better start to this run chase. 197 runs they were chasing. And now still a long way to go. 121 more runs required.
Oh, that's a good shot once again. And that's gone all the way for a 6. And shots like these will definitely make this run chase even more smoother and comfortable for Aston Lions. That's a good shot. Out of the park once again. And Mohammad Nafiz get to his half century in just 21 deliveries. What a knock in this run chase from Mohammad. Down the ground this time. And a really, really good shot to get to his half century. Mohammad Nafiz 55 of just 21 deliveries. And then the score goes up to 90. This run chase has certainly become even more comfortable for Aston Lions. This time through the offside. Oh, it's dropped once again. That was a tough one. And that's the end of the over. 7 overs done, 91 for 1. Mohammad Nafiz at times just trying to exploit that offside. Never in a comfortable position to take that catch. The fielder. 7 done, 91 for 1. Koshita back with the ball in hand and the same result. This time it's Farzan Nadeem who have dispatched it out of the park for a maximum. First ball. And through long on, it goes all the way for a 6. Oh, this time it goes up in there. A chance for the bowler. Ow, it's been dropped once again. Is that the third chance for Mohammad Nafiz? But once again, the fielder was not in a position, a comfortable position to take that catch. It was up in there for some time. There we go. I thought the bowler was trying to get under the ball. But no chance for the fielder. He had to cover some ground. He had to cover a lot of ground. 99 runs on the board now. There we go, 100 up for Ashton Lions. I'm not entirely sure, but this should be one of the fastest team centuries in this tournament so far. It came in just 7.5 overs. That's how good this run chase has been from Ashton Lions so far. Things are working just fine for Ashton Lions. 102 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Going at in excess of 12 runs per over. Ijaz.
Ijaz being brought in to boot the 9th over. Just the 3 runs coming off from that over. That's a good one from Ijaz. 9 overs done. 104 for 1. Koshita this time. First ball. And as usual, it goes all the way for the boundary. I think it's a 4. We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire himself. Yeah, it's been given as a 4. And once again, long on. Has been exploited really well here. Yeah, just 1 bounce and into the boundary line it goes. Right, so the first ball of boundary. Second boundary in the over. And this time it belongs to Farzan Nadeem, who himself moves into 41 of just 28 deliveries. Once again down on one knee in the squalid region. There's one exploited yet again.
121 for 1. Here's Ijaz. $75 more runs required now. Ijaz, the first over went for just 3 runs. Oh, there he goes. That might run away for another boundary. No, it's saved just at the edge of the boundary. Good work from the fielder down in the deep. Ask you the question this time. Oh, it's gone. Ijaz has given the breakthrough for the Northern Falcons. And Mohammad Nafis has to depart for a well-made 67 of just 29 deliveries. Ijaz has been quite good in his 2 overs so far. And this time, it's a change of pace, lack of pace, which made it difficult for Mohammad Nafis to work that ball. He was truly early to his shot at that particular moment, so he has to depart. And Aston Lions 2 down for 127 runs on the board in their pursuit to 197. And the players are enjoying some drinks, a deserving one, as it's been very hot and humid out there at the centre. Right, Mohammad Yazir is the new man in. Here's Ijaz, the most economical bowler in this run chase so far for the Northern Falcons. And now he has picked up a wicket, putting Ashton Lions out of the driving seat, but they're still very much in this game. Ashton Lions, 68 more runs to get, 50 odd overs remaining. Mohammad Yazir, the captain. Another successful over from Ijaz. 9 runs coming off from that over. 11 overs done, 130 for 2. Right, so Matthew Roshan has been brought in to bowl the 12th over of the match. Yeah, worked away towards the onside this time. Will be just a single. Another quick single this time. That's a good looking shot once again, but there's protection. Down in the deep.
Another single taken. That's poor fielding. We'll come back for the second run. Oh, and it reaches the boundary. More salt on the wound for the fielder. A misfield and has gone all the way for the boundary. Twelve overs done, 138 for 2. Farzan Nadeem, 46 of 33. The captain, Mohammad Yazir, at the other end, 7 of 6. Driven nicely, but straight into the hands of the fielder. There is a catching fielder on the offside. I wonder what the discussion is about. The bowler is certainly not entirely happy.
Here's Dilhan Ramiz. Full toss on the offside and it goes all the way for the boundary. And that boundary will take Farzan Nadeem into his half century in just 35 deliveries. At first he played that supportive role to Mohammad Nafiz, but now with his dismissal, Farzan Nadeem has certainly taken the upper hand and have taken the responsibility of taking Aston Lions over the winning margin, over the winning line. Just 55 more runs required now. Through the mid wicket. Could get couple of runs, or not just a single. Didn't really push for that second run. Has been given us a vibe. .145 for 2 now. Here's Dilhan Ramiz. Nicely worked away towards the onside once again. The backward squalling fielder inside the 30-yard circle was trying to split that gap and get that ball over that backward squalling fielder for a boundary, but couldn't really get the area where he was looking for. 8 runs coming off from this over. So one more delivery to go. Quick single. 9 runs from that over. 147 for 2. This has been a really good run chase so far from Ashton Lions. The way they started is it's quite promising, because right from the start they had this plan to, to unsettle the Northern Falcon bowlers, and any team chasing down a target like 197 would be naturally intimidated. But Ashton Lions showed great signs of positivity right from the start, that they didn't really allow that target of 197 runs, that to get into their mind, that numbers to get into their mind, and they played it their natural game, and they really made sure that they score those runs right from the start to the very end, and in a very effective manner, just like that. This time it's the captain Mohammad Yazir. It's that approach that really gave them the confidence. Once you connect few shots, you start to get that confidence, and then you transfer that confidence onto the rest of the players as well. So that is exactly what the two openers did for Ashton Lions. And as a result, they made it to 153 in just 13.4 overs. And this is exactly what I mentioned. The surface is helpful for the batters as well. There's nothing much on offer for the bowlers. Even the spinners, we didn't really see them turning the ball that much, except for Nipun Pereira, the leg spinner from Ashton Lions, just turning a ball a bit. But for the finger spinners, we haven't really seen them turning the ball that much. There's a complete confusion this time between the two batters, but the bowler, not the best of the throws from the fielder as well. So right, 43 more runs required. Nilhan Ramiz back with the ball in hand. First over win for 9 runs. Leg by, signal by the umpire. The run rate has come down a bit. Early it was almost touching that 13 runs per over mark, but now it has come down to 10.5 runs, which is still way more than what they need. The required run rate is just around 4 runs per over. There we go. $50 done, 158 for 2. There's 39 more runs required from the last 10 overs. Down the ground he goes. And this will run down towards the boundary. Perfectly bisected the gap. Through that long off reach, and Farzan Nadeem has shown an absolute masterclass of power match. Perfectly bisected. The placement was absolutely exquisite that time from Farzan Nadeem. Another boundary. Farzan Nadeem moves to 63 off 42. Right in the toe end of the bat, but still so much power behind that shot. It goes all the way for a boundary with ease. This time, there's a fielder. Oh, he drops it. Is that the 4th dropped chance in this match? I'm not entirely sure, but there were 3 chances for Mohammad Nafiz. And now, Farzan Nadeem has been dropped. I think it's more like the 5th or the 6th drop chance. I'm not entirely sure, but there were quite a few drop chances. This one, once again, Not the easiest of the chances, but this time once again down the ground and goes for a 6. Well, he needs to finish things off quickly here for sure, because that time it went down the ground once again, hitting the toe end of the bat. Just imagine the amount of sheer power. Behind that shot from Farzan Nadeem. He moves you to 71. That's a big over. Ashton Lyons 175 for 2 at the end of over number 16. Right, so looks like they've taken the power over, which means for the next 2 overs, there will be only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And with just 22 more runs required for Ashton Lyons to win this game, there's a high chance that these 2 power overs will seal the deal for them. Has been given a wide. Well, where has that gone? Oh, that's a good save, but I'm not entirely sure whether it has gone all the way for a boundary. But that's a good effort there from the fielder. Yeah, just a single. Powerfully struck from Mohammad Yazid, or rather Farzan Nadeem. It just popped out of his hands, the fielder in the deep. Deep point in position. Long off in position. The 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Shot, absolutely brilliant. That has gone all the way for a boundary. Brilliant. Mohammad Yazir Moves it to 20, the captain. That's a beautiful cover drive there. Will be a boundary. There we go. Farzan Nadeem. Once again, touch to shot from Dilhan Ramiz, and the backward squalic region has been exploited yet again. No chance of the fielder. 11 runs from this power over, the first power over. Well, so that's the end of the over. 17 done, 187 for 2, 10 runs away from victory, Aston Lions. Boundary to start off the over. That's up in there. A chance. No, it's gone all the way for a 6. And that's the game for the Aston Lions. What a run chase it has been from them. Chasing down a 197. They didn't really let that score come into their mind. They didn't really allow that scoreboard to get into their mind and to affect them in this run chase. And they've done that They've done this run chase quite comprehensively in just 17.1 overs. On a surface, yes, a batting friendly surface, but still chasing down a target of 197. It requires some batting, and that is exactly what Aston Lions have done, and they preserve their unbeaten record in this tournament as Farzan Nadeem finishes off with 83 of just 50 deliveries, and Mohammad Yazir, the captain, contributing with the bat 21 of 20. And Aston Lions have now won 3 back-to-back games, the first 3 games of this tournament, and all belongs to Aston Lions. This is how it looks. The batting card, Mohammad Nafiz was the man of the moment for Aston Lions. 67 of just 30 deliveries. And look at that strike rate, 223.33. And Farzan Nadeem, the wicket-keeper, contributed with the bat. He really made sure that Aston Lions would cross the mark quite convincingly, as he made 83 of 50. And Mohammad Yazir, the captain, chipping in with 21 runs of 20 deliveries as well. So they've chased this target down in just 17.1 overs. A lot of bowlers being used, 8 bowlers in fact they've used, Northern Falcons, but only a couple of bowlers got into the wickets column. Praveen Fernando, 2 overs, 25 for 1. And then Ijaz, I think he bowled well for in his 2 overs, given away only 12 runs and have picked up a wicket. So the first wicket falling down at 13, but from there onwards it was the Aston Lions were unstoppable with the bat in hand, as they've chased this target down in just 17.1 overs. Fantastic run chase here at the Thurston College ground. So let's have a look at the highlights, how it started off for the Aston Lions. Remember, they lost their first wicket for 13. This was the first wicket, a superb catch, but from there onwards, Mohammad Nafiz really took control of the game and took the pressure right from them and transferred it into the fielding unit and played it all around the park. Some really good shots all around the park, 360 degrees for sure, and they didn't really spare any bowler. Whoever the bowler is, especially in the first 1 to 2 deliveries, he was careful enough to play those shots, and there were a few chances, drop chances, few in the sense there were around 5 to 6 drop chances all throughout these 17.1 overs, and the Aston Lions took the advantage of those drop chances, and just they had a plan and they executed it up to the perfection in this run chase. See, as I mentioned earlier, they didn't really allow a scoreboard to intimidate them coming into this run chase, because naturally when you score a big scorecard like 198 runs to or 197 runs to chase down, it just starts to intimidate you a bit. You just start to feel that you need to chase this much of runs. But the good thing about this run chase from Aston Lions is they didn't really allow that scoreboard to intimidate them. They played proactively, they played it safe, and they played it with so much freedom that right from the start, even though they lost that early wicket, still they were able to chase this target down in just 17.1 overs because of that reason as to why they didn't really allow that scoreboard to intimidate them at any point in this run chase. So a really good execution from the Aston Lions to chase this target down. And if you can remember at the start, I told that Aston Lions, they're on the top of the table, and the net run rate they have in excess of 1.3. Now this win, it's not just a win, it's a big win for the Aston Lions. So they need so that net run rate will definitely go even further high. So this is how it looks. The match summary: Northern Falcons 196 for the loss of 8 wickets in their 25 overs, and Aston Lions have chased the target down in just 17.1 overs. Farzan Nadeem top scoring 83, and Mohammad Nafiz with 67 of 30 deliveries, and Aston Lions have won the match by 8 wickets to preserve their unbeaten record in this tournament, the Lancashire Premier League
2025. Right, so we have one more match coming up in the 5th weekend of the Lancashire Premier League. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with our second match of this Lancashire Premier League 2025 right here at the Thurston College grounds. Right, so welcome back to the Thurston College grounds as we bring you the live action of the Lancashire Premier League 2025. It's Western Tigers taking on Southern Panthers. The second match of this fifth weekend of the Lancashire Premier League right here at Thurston College grounds. Early in the day, in the morning, we had a really thrilling game of cricket where the Ashton Tigers chased down a target of 197 in just 17 overs. It's a good surface to bat, and the team batting first would definitely try to hit anything above 190, because even if you score 190, still you're not safe on a surface like this, which is extremely favourable for the batters. So it'll be a very interesting game of cricket here at the Thurston College grounds. And we're ready to bring you live action of ball by ball live action of this second match of the fifth weekend of the Lancashire Premier League. Western Tigers taking on Southern Panthers. So with the Western Tigers, they won the toss and they elected to bat first. So the two openers from the Western Tigers walking out to the middle, and the Southern Panthers, well, you can see in their lineup they have both the orange cap holder and the purple cap holder. So they've been one of the formidable forces in this tournament. Right, so the umpires are ready, the players are ready. They're all set for a thrilling game of cricket for sure. Right, so Malik Bimsara at the striker's end, and we've got Atif Razak at the other end. And Dilshan Pereira with the ball in hand. Here we go. The ball number one. Worked away towards John side for a quick single. So run straight away on offer for Western Tigers. The surface has been quite favourable for the batters. At that time, wide outside the off stump. That's been given as a wide. The surface has been pretty favourable for the batters. We've seen even in the previous game, as I told you earlier,
The Ashton Tigers chasing down a target of 197 with ease in just 17 overs. This is Dilshan Pereira. So Ashton Lions now sitting pretty on top of the points table with 3 back-to-back wins and a very healthy net run rate of 1.477. Eastern Warriors at number 2 and Croston Kings at number 3. Southern Panthers, though they have both the purple cap and the orange cap holders, the team results have not been very fortunate on them, as they've lost 3 matches out of the 4 they played and only won 1 game. And they won that against Croston Kings. So this is their first game against the Western Tigers. And that's up in there. A chance. And he takes it comfortably. Atif Razak is gone. First wicket goes down as Dilshan Pereira strikes in his very first over. That was hit straight and it goes up in there. Once again hitting that toe end of the bat. The fielder at mid-off had plenty of time to settle under the ball really well and to take the catch. So Western Tigers losing their first wicket in the very first over itself. So Western Tigers 2 for the loss of 1 wicket. Looking into the Western Tigers lineup, Atif Razak has been their standout performer with the bat in hand. In a couple of innings, they have scored 62 runs with a good strike rate of 110. Coming in at number 2 is Ravindu Sandeep, who has scored 47 runs in 2 innings. And Malit Bhimsara only played 1 match, got out for 12 runs. So he is Ravindu Sandeep. A healthy average of 35 for Ravindu. Has been called wide. And for Southern Panthers, it's Udara Piris with the ball in hand. Has been quite the bowler for the Southern Panthers all throughout this tournament. In 4 innings, they've picked up 10 wickets. With an economy of 5.35. Dilip Niroshana coming in at number 2 with 6 wickets. And Chanchala Vimalavardhana picking up 4 wickets as well. Dilshan Pereira on the other end has picked up 3 wickets in 4 innings. So that's how the bowling is fancied at the moment. But as I mentioned earlier, the surface won't really allow the bowlers to do anything exquisite, I would say. So need to make sure that they're bowling in good areas and have to rely on their abilities to bowl in good areas, good line and lengths, rather than expecting the pitch to do some miracle with the ball. First over done. Western Tigers 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. Gagana has been brought in from the other end. Another quick single this time. Ravindu Sandeep just happy to push the ball and get to the other end, which is the right way to go at this stage of the game. They cannot afford to lose a wicket, especially on a surface like this. Let me give a wide. Already 3 to 4 wide so far in this innings. And that will be another wide. That's a good looking shot there. And that has gone all the way for a boundary. First boundary of the bat this time. Flicked onto the pads and flicked away for a boundary. Good shot. A good positive shot this time to start off this innings for the Western Tigers. Driven away this time, and it goes all the way for a boundary. A difficult chance for the fielder at mid-off. Let's have a look at that again. Touch to full outside the off stump. Ah, yeah, there we go. Just odd bounds. Cannot blame the fielder for that, can you? Right, so Malik Bimsar, he's on 11. And Dilshan back with the ball in hand. And starts off, not given as wide. A quick single, got to hurry. Good run in between the wickets that time. It's straight back at the bowler. Asking the question, and that's gone. Dilshan Pereira has picked up the second wicket, and Ravindra Sandeep has to depart. Brilliantly done this time from Dilshan Pereira. Right in that corridor of uncertainty, and Ravindra Sandeep had certainly had a bit of uncertainty in going for that shot. There we go. Just in two minds whether to commit to that shot or not, but it was too late, as it has already kissed that outside edge, and a good take from the wicketkeeper as well. So Dilshan Pereira strikes in his second over, and Western Tigers now in deep trouble. 19 for 2. Ravindra Sandeep is gone for 3. Right, so Tanvir Ashraf walks out to the middle at number 4 for the Western Tigers. Here's Dilshan Pereira. Now the quick single this time. Tanvir Ashraf and Malik Bimsara. The batters, what they really need to do is to make sure that they hang around out there in the middle, because once you hang around, there's reward on this surface. We'll talk about this in the next over. 3 done, 21 for 2. Dilshan Pereira has been quite good. Picked up a couple of wickets early on, giving that ideal start on a surface which favors the batters. He has done well. With the new ball, even if the surface is offering assistance for the batters, with the new ball, there's always this opportunity for the faster bowlers to get some early wickets, and because the ball is anyways gonna move. So the ball is fresh, it's new, the seam is very much in contact, so the ball is anyway gonna move. So that's where your faster bowlers, with the new ball, you expect your fast bowlers, even if the conditions are against them, with the new ball, your faster bowlers should be able to, get that movement off the surface and bring some early momentum into the game, which I think Dilshan has exactly done that. He has brought some early momentum by picking up a couple of wickets, one in his first over and the other one in his second over. So that's good on the part of Southern Panthers. Right, so change in bowling now straight away into the third over of the match, and now we're seeing a spinner being brought in, Eminem Akram. Just a single. Couple of runs here, now just a single. Didn't really try to overhit it by any means, Malik Bimsara. Was just happy to push that ball towards the gap and get a single. Punch down the ground that time. So single to finish things off in that over. 4 overs done, 28 for 2. Right, so this is good to see Dilshan being brought back to bowl his third over. Starts off the over with a boundary. Malik Bimsara moves you to 19. Oh, that's a good shot once again. Back-to-back boundaries for Malik Bimsara. Touch too short there from Dilshan Pereira. And the lack of pace allows the batter to play it across the line of the delivery. There we go. Didn't really try to hit it through the square region of the wicket. Was trying to play it as straight as possible. He moves into 23. Two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Got a deep square leg in position and long on. Tanvir, on the other hand, has one job to do, and that is to give the support to Malik Bimsara, who's striking the ball well. You know, get the single and give the strike back to him because he's striking the ball well. And there's absolutely no reason for him to stay at the non-striker's end for a prolonged period of time. Ten runs already from this over. A couple more deliveries to go. That's good running. Excellent running, especially from Tanvir Ashraf, or rather Malik Bimsar at that time. He was running towards the danger end, so he had to hurry. But at the end of the day, he gets to the non-striker's end pretty quickly. Right, 11 runs from this over. And here comes the last ball from Dilshan Pereira. Nicely down this time as well. Straight into the hands of the deep third man Fader for another single. So 12 runs coming off from that over. Western Tigers are now 40 for 2. Eminem Akram brought in. Right, so this is interesting. Udara Pires is the highest wicket taker of the tournament, and now he's been brought into both the final over of this power play. And he starts off with a good delivery. Oh, that's a good delivery. Once again, there's a reason why he's the highest wicket taker of the tournament, and he's holding that purple cap. That's a good delivery, a good shot, and that has gone all the way for a 6. Touch to full there from Udara Pires, and Tanvir Ashraf down on one knee, cleared out his front foot and played it really well over the head of the field at long on. A single to finish things off. 8 runs from the over. And the Western Tigers are now 48 for 2. Right, so Akram to continue. Eminem Akram. Did it late that time, Malik Bimsara. Now from the end where Ebere Makram is bowling at the moment, there's this rough patch just outside the off stump of Malik Bimsara. At that, from the entire pitch, I think that's the only area where there is a bit of unevenness, and I'm sure that area has been under the radar of the spinners from both the sides, and I wouldn't be surprised to see bowlers like Emene Makram utilizing that rough patch against the left-handers. Oh, that's a good looking shot there. One bounce and into the boundary line. Oh, it's gone all the way for a 6. Tanvir Ashraf. For a moment I thought that it hit the ground before reaching that boundary line, but no, it has gone all the way for a 6. Ah, there we go. Perfect execution. 50 up for the Western Tigers. Oh, asking the question this time. Oh, that's gone. That's very unfortunate. And Tanvir Ashraf trying to work that ball towards the third man region. Finds an outside edge. And just like that, the third wicket goes down and Eminem Akram has the last laugh. 3 down for 55, Western Tigers. So look at it again. Yeah. 55 for 3. Western Tigers losing wickets in regular intervals. These two batters looked good out there in the middle, looked comfortable. But now Tanvir Ashraf has to depart. 7 overs completed, 55 for 3, and here comes Udara Piris. Shakur Yunus, the captain, hooks out to the middle. Another quick single. This is good from Southern Panthers. Imposing that pressure, just a couple of runs from this over. Punch down the ground, he gets a single, and that's the end of the over. Just 3 runs from that over. Good one from Udara Piris. 8 overs done. 58 for 3. Has it gone all the way for a boundary? Or is it a 6? It is a 6. Manit Bhimsara got into the pitch of the delivery and played it down the ground. There's a lot of risks associated with that shot, but he gets the full prize for that. This is good from Chanchala. Chanchala and now Akram. Just making sure that Shakur Yunus is feeling the pressure of the game. Now has been backed away. There's protection in the deep. Runs have come in steadily for the Western Tigers. Though they have lost 3 wickets, they've managed to get 70 runs in just 9.4 overs. This time asking the question, and that's gone. Shakur Yunus trapped in front. He never looked comfortable out there at the middle. He never did. And this time as well. Let's have a look at it again. Oh yeah, that's just right in front. No hesitations whatsoever. That's gone right in front, plumb out. Shakur Yunus, he's gone, the captain. Once again, Western Tigers losing a wicket when everything looked exactly working in their favour. They lose a wicket. Western Tigers 70 for 4 in 9.5 overs. Right, so Chanchila to continue. First over, quite expensive. 10 runs coming off from that over. Quick single. Got to hurry. Oh, fumble in the field. That's a good looking shot. Perfectly bisecting the field and a boundary for Malik Bimsara. That boundary takes him to 45. Eleven overs done. Western Tigers 78 for 4 now. Right, so Tivanka comes in to bowl the 11th over, or rather the 12th over of this match. And Devidu is a new man in who have walked out to the middle. That's a good looking shot there. And that's gone all the way for a 6. So Tivanka, first ball, a half tracker, and dispatched over the boundary line for a 6. That's a good delivery. Just the impact is outside the off stump, but at the same time, the height might be an issue as well. Tivanka knew straight away that there's no point of appealing for that. Yeah. Leg spinners can anyway generate some speed on a surface like this. It's punched on the ground once again. And there's protection in the deep. Will be just a single. Good comeback from Tivanka after being hit for a 6 in the for the first delivery of this over. 9 runs from the over. 12 overs done, 87 for 4. Nice use of the feet that time from Devidu. He gets a single. Cut away, but straight to the fielder at backward point. Malit Bimsar has been stuck in his 40s for some time now. He's on 46 of 38. The frustration must be crawling up upon him. But he shouldn't really, lose his patience out there in the middle, because knows that I think he has a good understanding that these conditions, if you settle in, there's a lot of reward for him. Punched on the ground. There's protection in the deep. A couple of runs. Full toss on the offside, straight to the fielder. A good dive there from Devidu. Oh, that's a good shot. That's gone. That's coming right at us. That's a really, really good shot. And Malik Bimsara. That's his half century in just 42 balls. That's a very friendly full toss. And that just came right at us. But what a wonderful half century from Malik Bimsara. 52, or rather 54 of just 42 deliveries. Just reaping the best out of this surface. Malik Bimsara 54 with just 42 deliveries with couple of sixes and 6 fours and a good strike rate of 128. Another quick single this time. Right, so Eminem Akram, another full toss. Might not go all the way for a boundary, it's just a single. Oh, that's a good looking shot. That's gone for a boundary. My goodness, that was straight as an arrow. Malid Bimsara is making a statement out there at the middle. Gone. There we go. Simple as that. Eminem Akram picks up a crucial wicket here. Devindu has to depart. There we go. Pushed right back at the bowler. And a comfortable, easy catch to get rid of Devindu. The partnership was certainly threatening the Southern Panthers. Now the breakthrough is there. 108 for 5 and Devindu Kakradenia is gone for 15. $50 done. 10 more to go. 110 for 5. Ah, that's a good shot. Down the ground, and Malid Bimsara has absolutely hammered that out of the park for a maximum. Udar Piris, the first ball coming down the track. There's so much power behind that shot. Good comeback so far from Udar Pires. And they hit into couple of six with the very first delivery of this over. Faster delivery. No chance. That has gone all the way for a boundary as well. Oh, how did that miss that leg stump? That was very, very close. Cut away straight into the hands of the fielder. Firmly struck, but good work from the fielder down in the deep that time. Yeah, so stopped a certain boundary, and that's the wicket that they've been looking for. Agita Kudaligama has to depart, and Emine Makram has once again struck gold for the Southern Panthers. Oh yeah, there we go. That's gone. That's right plumb in front. So fourth wicket for Emine Makram. And Western Tigers are now 124 for 6. Aftab Shah is a new man in for the Western Tigers. Right, so Hirusha. Oh, that's up in there. A chance. And it's taken. Aftar Shah didn't really commit to that shot. It was up in there for some time and a good take from the mid-wicket fielder. And the first ball is a wicket for Hirusha. Western Tigers are now 125 for 7. And Malik Bimsar is still out there in the middle. Aftab Shah going for 1. Quick single. A quick single that time. Yeah, comfortably home that time. Right, so after the drinks break, players are ready. Hirusha picking up a wicket in his very first over, very first ball. Oh, gone is it? Oh, yes, straight into the hands of the fielder. And Isuru Malinga has to depart. That was slopped hard. There we go. And a good take from the fielder at covers. So 127 for 8 now. Western Tigers falling apart one after another. Yeah, so Yaish Yunus. He's the new man in. And Malik Bimsara, he's on 69. He's still out there in the middle, but he's losing his partners and he's running out of his partners as well. Because now 127 for 8 Western Tigers. In deep trouble on a surface that is actually favouring the batters. You look at how Malik Bimsar has batted so far. It just tells you how good of a surface this is. But it's just disappointing to see how the rest of the Western Tigers batters responded. And they didn't really bat around Malik Bimsar. And when you have that kind of a player who would, anchor the innings and bat through the overs, as the rest of the batters, it's their responsibility to bat around him and to give him that support, to form up partnerships. And especially in a 25 over game, you don't need 80-90 run partnerships. 30-40 run partnerships would actually work. And that is something that we didn't really see from the Western Tigers. And something that they should keep in mind. Because not every day you get surfaces like this where,
is favourable for the batters. We saw a lot of pitches, especially during the last few weekends, where the spinners took control of the game. And for the first time, we're seeing a pitch that actually supports batting on this surface, mostly batting on this surface in this tournament. And we saw how teams responded in the previous game, in the first game of this fifth weekend. Ashton Lions chasing down a target of 197 in just 17 overs. And in contrast to this match, where how the Western Tigers have responded, and only one batter, Malit Bimsara, has actually contributed with the bat in a meaningful way. And he moves into 71 now. So that's punched on the ground. And that has gone all the way for a boundary. Good shot that time. Once again, it's Malit Bimsar. Who else? Yeah, punched on the ground. There's one bounce and into the boundary line. He moves into 75. We already show a batter getting dismissed on 95 today. But once again, we have a batter, Malit Bimsara. Has a pretty good chance of getting to that first century of this tournament.
It's a good looking shot once again. Couple of runs. It's good running, but that too belongs to Malik Bimsara. The slow delivery from Dileepa. You get a single. And Malik Bimsara moves into 80. "21 overs done, 142 for 8. Dilshan Pereira being brought back in to bowl the power over. Remaining only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle for the next 2 overs. So this is where Malik Bimsara need to be on strike. Punch down the ground. And that has gone all the way for a boundary. Malik Bimsar once again gets a boundary and moves into 85. There we go. Through that mid wicket he goes. There is his long on fielder in position. He plays it away from him. Alright, so now he's on 85. .22 overs done. Western Tigers 153 for 8. Off the edge. Quick single. Got to hurry. He takes a single. Oh, that's gone all the way for a 6. And he moves into 92 now. There we go. That's powerfully struck. The timing, the placement, everything up to the perfection. He misses it. And that'll run down towards the boundary. So he moves into 96 now. Just one strike away from getting to his century. And that'll also be the first century of this tournament as well, if he can get to the century. There we go, a very healthy edge and no chance of the fielders. Right, so here we go. Last ball of this over. Malik Bims are on 96. Just 69 deliveries. That goes high up in there. And that's a boundary. And that's a century for Malik Bimsara. What a knock from Malik Bimsara in this 5th weekend of this Lancashire Premier League 2025. We're seeing a batter scoring a century right here at the Thurston College grounds, and Malik Bimsara, and his century comes in just 70 deliveries. And Western Tigers at the end of over number 23 get past 169 for the loss of 8 wickets. Malik Bimsara 700 in just 70 deliveries. 4 sixes and 11 fours. That's a poor delivery. It's been called wide. Not entirely sure where it lands, because if it lands outside the pitch, it has to be a no ball if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's a good looking shot and beautifully done, Malik Bimsara. Reverse, or rather a switch hit from Malik Bimsara. And it goes all the way for a boundary. There we go. Cannot expect anything better than this from Malik Bimsara. He's giving everything to his team at the moment. And gone. This time it's Yais Yunus who has to depart, and Udara Piris, who's having a rare off day at the moment, has finally picked up a wicket. A faster delivery and crashing onto the stumps. "24 overs done. 178 for 9. That's out of the park once again. Oh, that's brilliant. These runs are extremely precious for the Western Tigers. This is being hammered down the ground for a maximum. And that too belongs to Malik Bimsara. That will be wide. That's a good looking shot. And that's gone. Second 6 of the over. And Malik Bimsara is just effortlessly sending the ball out of the park. Oh, that's brilliant. One through the onside and one from the offside. He's just showcasing his talents at the moment and just toying with the bowlers. Right, 192 for 9. Malik Bimsara on 111 of 74. Here's Nimna. That goes up in there. And that's gone, is it? Yes, it is. Malik Bimsara has to depart for 117 runs. Oh, what a knock from Malik Bimsara, the first centurion of this tournament. And boy, it has been a remarkable innings from Malik Bimsara. Western Tigers all out for 192 in 24.3 overs. Bimsara just trying to paddle that ball down towards the fine leg region. Missed it by quite the margin and a leading edge, and a good take from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. But now the target is set for the Southern Panthers. .192 all out in 24.3 overs, meaning that the Southern Panthers will require 193 to win this match. It's an exciting run chase coming up as well. So looking into the batting performance, 117 up front for Malik Bimsara. 117 of just 75 deliveries, and then useful contributions from Tanveer Ashraf and David Dukakiridenia as well, and Yaif Yunus also contributing with 13 runs. So looking into the bowling, 4 wickets for Eminem Makram, the standard performer, if we did 5 overs, 29 for 4, and then Hirusha Balapitiya 2 for 8, and Dilshan Pereira picking up 2 wickets for 31 as well. So in 24.3 overs, Southern Panthers all out for 192 runs. So let's have a look at the highlights of this innings from the Western Tigers. They made 192 in 24.3 overs. And it started off with Malik Bimsara and Atif Razak. Atif Razak was very early to depart. He's the highest run scorer coming into this match, and this was his dismissal. Early on, it was Dilshan Pereira who contributed with the wicket, and then Malik Bimsara just continued to play some really good shots all around the park. He started out a bit slow, but this was the second wicket. Once again, Dilshan Pereira getting rid of Ravindu Sandeepa, and then Tanveer Ashraf and Malik Bimsara got together and played out some really good shots, and those useful contributions with Tanveer Ashraf. He scored 21 of just 13 deliveries with couple of sixes and a 4, and really gave that support to Malik Bimsara, who was at the other end just flowing freely. This was the wicket of Tanveer Ashraf. And then Shakur Yunus couldn't really survive that long, the captain. And then David Dukakirideni also got along with Malik Bimsara to form a very brief partnership, but it was all about Malik Bimsara, who played an absolute stunning knock century. This was the wicket of David Dukakirideni, and Agite Kudaligam also followed soon after that. But Malik Bimsara, that at one stage he was running out of partners, Malik Bimsara, because at the other end the wickets were falling one after another. This was the dismissal of Aftab Shah, and then Isuru Malinga came. He was also dismissed cheaply, but Malik Bimsara from the other end, he just continued his fireworks. He didn't really allow the fact that the wickets are falling from the other end get to his mind or intimidate him on to intimidate him of any sort, but he just made sure that the runs are coming in steadily and the scoreboard is ticking continuously, as he's played some really good shots all around the park, right from the set go, all around, through the onside, through the offside. An absolute beautiful innings from Malik Bimsara, especially in the last 5 overs. He accelerated when it mattered the most, and that acceleration took Western Tigers to a total of 192 at the end of 192 in 24.3 overs. Right, so that's the match summary so far. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase. Right, so welcome back. As the Western Tigers have set a total, or rather a target of 192. A target of 193, beg your pardon. And now the Southern Panthers. The two openers are all set to start off the proceedings. They will need some batting on the surface. They chase this target down 193. Not going to be easy. But they have the likes of a few batters who can get the job done quite easily, given that they step up to the occasion. But at the same time, Western Tigers looking into their bowling attack. I'm sure they have that ability to pose some threats for Southern Panthers to chase this target down. Right, so Divanka Perera and Udar Pires, the two openers, are ready. And Malik Bimsara, the lucky man who got to his century today, is ready with the ball in hand. Right, here we go. The run chase is on here at the Thurston College grounds. Oh, that looks straight. But maybe height might be an issue. Has been called a no ball. Right, so it's going to be a free hit. Faster delivery. It does the trick for Malik Bimsara. Knew exactly where Divanka Perera was trying to hit. Mohamed Farsad to bowl the second over. Anjana Beratne and Tivanka Pereira, the two openers for the Southern Panthers. Tivanka Pereira, obviously we know on his day he could be explosive. That's a good delivery. Asking the question and it's gone. There we go. The finger goes up and Tivanka Pereira has to depart. That looks straight enough. Mohamed Farsad, his very first over itself. Ah, yes. That's gone. That's plumb in front and the finger goes up instantly. Southern Panthers losing their first wicket. Tivanka Pereira, he's gone for 3. It's 6-1. That's a good looking shot there from Eminem Akram. And it'll reach the boundary with ease. Oh, that's gone all the way for a 6. Is that the second delivery he faced? Yeah. Bangs it over mid wicket for a 6. This time as well, Eminem Akram punches it down the ground for a for boundary this time for a 4. Once again, this time over the head of the mid-on fielder. He goes all the way for a boundary. Second boundary of this over. And this time it belongs to Anjan Abhiratna. Three was done. 24 for 1. Here's Mohammad Farsad. Through the offside, a misfield. Cut away this time. Good bit of fielding that time. Off the edge. And fine enough to get it all the way towards the boundary. Oh, very much intentional, I would say, from the batter. Eminem Akram seems to be a good asset here. This might again run down towards the boundary. Yes, it does. Eminem Akram is dealing in boundaries at the moment. Mohammad Farsad, this is just touch too straight and easy pickings for the batter. Through the offside he goes. This time it's Anjana Biratna. And slightly full length from Devindu on the offside. Has been lofted quite nicely. And timing and everything up to the perfection. Once again lofted on the offside, and the ball reaches the boundary with ease. Anjana Biratna seems quite good in exploiting that covers region. All he got to do is just place the ball over the head of the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, and it's pretty much a guaranteed boundary because the outfield is very, very fast. 5 done, 46-1. Isuru Malinga. Another bowling change coming up. Southern Panthers 4-6 for the loss of 1 wicket. Has been called a wide. More runs. Couple of runs there that time.
Last ball of this over. Straight into the backward point field. That's the end of the over. 6 overs done. Southern Panthers 51 for 1. This time again, Nanjana Viratna picks up another boundary. Devindu to continue his second over. Things are going well for Southern Panthers, 56 for 1. Anjana Biratna is going on well, 36 of 23. And Eminem Akram 16 of 10. There's nothing much on offer for the bowlers on this surface. And throughout these almost 100 overs, I would say, or rather right around 70 to 80 overs, things have actually, stayed as expected. The pitch conditions has been good for the batters. We saw a lot of runs being scored, and even in the pitch report I did mention that with that we will be expecting some good runs on this surface, and that is exactly what happened. And even now we're seeing Southern Panthers in just 7 overs, they've scored 57 runs. The run rate has been almost around 8 to 9 runs per over all throughout the day. So it's a good batting surface here at the Thurston College grounds.
things have certainly worked in the favour of the batters. But we see we have a long way to go in this match. 136 more runs required. And 108 deliveries remaining to do that as well. So Southern Panthers at the end of over number 7. 57 for 1. So far so good from Mr. Balinka. Given away 9 runs in 1.4 overs. Now that's up in there. A chance for the fielder. Oh, it's gone all the way for a 6. This time it's Eminem Makram. Few steps down the ground. Get into the pitch of the delivery. And hitting it through mid-wicket. Everything up to the perfection.
Right, so Yaish Yunus being brought in to bowl the 9th over of the match. So, a good delivery, a faster delivery. It's been slapped away, there's protection in the deep. This time through the gap once again will be just a single though. Still a long way to go. 120 more runs required for Southern Panthers. The good thing is they have lost only 1 wicket, so they have plenty of wickets remaining, and shots like these will definitely make it a touch too easier for Southern Panthers. It's Eminem Makram this time. There we go, nicely paddled it towards the deep fine leg region for a boundary. And more runs. Another boundary. The second boundary of this over. And both belongs to Eminem Makram. Agita Kudaligama being punched away for another boundary.
Did it harpishly, but a couple of runs there to start off, or rather to end the over from Agita Kuduligam. 10 overs done. 84 for 1. Yash Yunus to continue. Punch down the ground. Long on and long off both. Back deep. Will be just a single. Yash Yunus is bowling it touch too fast, in my opinion. That makes it difficult, or rather easy for both the batters just to see. That's ideal pace. There we go. Because when he tries to bowl it fast, it ends up being full, and that makes it easy for the batter. There we go, nicely tossed up. Seems like Anjan Abiratna, who's at 48, is suffering from some cramps. And in the midst of this, the umpires have called in for some drinks. So 11 overs done, 91 for 1. Right, so Shakur Yunus, the captain, with the ball in hand. Punch. Oh, a drop chance. At this time, he gets a boundary, he gets a 4. Anjana Beratna, that's his half century. Through the offside he goes once again. That's his favourite area. Lofted off drive. You cannot expect anything more from Anjana Beratna because he's been really, really good out there at the centre. And now he has reached to his half century in just 36 deliveries. Just what the doctor ordered for the Southern Panthers. Anjana Beratna, 52 of 36. That's Shamit wide. Yes, Yunus. The ball is third over. Punched on the ground this time. Both long on and long off in position will cut it down for just 2 runs. Nicely worked away towards the fine leg region. Worked away towards the onside. Just a single. That's the end of the over. 13 done. 105 for 1. Pounced away towards the offside. Another single taken. At the moment, Southern Panthers, they need 87 more runs. The current run rate stands at 8 runs per over, and the required run rate is around 7. There we go. That's a 4. Just a very gentle flick. And no chance for the fielder. There we go. Nicely timed. Placement exceptional. Not the best of the delivery from Shakur Yunus. A full toss onto the pads. Last ball of this over. 7 runs and make it 8. So 14 done. That is 113 for 1, and that's half century for M.N.M. Makram. 50 off just 36 deliveries. A superb half century from Makram. We've seen so many half centuries today. And M.N.M. Makram, his half century is second to none. 14 done, 113 for 1. Full toss. Goes to the offside. Oh, brilliant fielding. That's brilliant there from the fielder. Southern Panthers. There we go. Punched through the offside. A full toss. Stopped a certain boundary that time. Hamza Hussain. That was in the field. Punched down the ground for another single this time. Oh, gone, is it? Oh, dropped. Well. The moment I thought Yais Yunus held on to that catch, firmly struck it straight, just popped out of his hands. Very unlucky, very unfortunate. And again, is it? Second quote and ball opportunity there for Yais Yunus. There we go. A much difficult chance, but in a situation like this, you do not want to drop out many of those catches. Here's Devindu. A flatter delivery, a faster one from Devindu. Both these batters are now well set. Eminem Makram and Anjana Beratna. You look into the current run rate and the required run rate is almost the same. So whatever these two batters are doing at the moment, it's working for Southern Panthers. So there's absolutely no need to change gears or try to change anything. Just go with the flow and see where you would end up at the end of over number 25, because you have wickets in hand. Even if you want to take a risk, that freedom, that cushioning is there because you have only lost one wicket. So that is something that these two batters will need to think heading into this last 10 overs of this run chase. Gone, there we go. That's the breakthrough that they've been looking for. And Anjana Beratna has to depart for 61 or 48. And the second wicket goes down. Southern Panthers are now 123 for 2. There we go, faster delivery, a flatter trajectory from David once again. And he did really bounce that much. And that was the end of Vanjana. So 16 done, 123 for 2. Right, so Shakur Yunus back with the ball in hand. On to the offside he goes. Taraka Madhuanta is in fact one of the highest run scorers in this tournament. So what a time to walk out to the middle. 68 more runs required in 51 deliveries. And with a set batter Eminem Makram at one end, Taraka now can freely express himself and to see how he can make sure that the team would end up reaching to this total at the end of their 25 overs. Plenty of time remaining. Even after this over, 8 more overs to go to get those 68 runs. They would need some boundaries, yes, but there's absolutely no reason to change the gears at this stage of the game. Just get those boundaries at least once every over, and we'll see how things will go. A faster delivery and gone. There we go. Now that's the wicket of Taraka Madhuanta. And that's a big wicket. Shakur Yunus has changed his pace and that has earned him a wicket. That is good thinking. On a surface like this, which is not offering anything for the spinners, you got to be smart. You got to make sure that you are changing your pace. You're mixing it up. And that is exactly what Shakur Yunus did. He changed his pace and now he's got a wicket. An important wicket. That's a big wicket.
Taraka Madhuanta is a dangerous batter. Now, Western Tigers are back in this game in big time. 17 overs done, 126 for 3.
$65 more runs.
Leading edge, right on the bounce. Eminem Akram. Just need to be careful now. Worked a bit towards the onside. And it's a single.
Shakur Yunus. A slight deflection this time, but couldn't get it fine enough to get it away from that short third man fielder. Udara Piris, the new batter who have walked out to the middle. 60 off 35 now. It's slightly getting a bit tougher. You can see the required run rate. Almost 10.3 runs per over. Whereas the current run rate, it stands at just below 7 runs per over. But shots like that will definitely make things even at this stage of the game. That's exactly what they want. The Southern Panthers need no more boundaries now. 56 more runs required of 34. The current run rate stands at 7. The required run rate at this stage is exactly around 9.88, which means they need to score in excess of 9 runs per over. So they need boundaries. Every over they need boundaries here. Isurumalinga feeling the pressure.
20 overs done. 142 for 3. Right, so heading into the last 5 overs. And they have taken the power overs now. Udarapir is on 9. Emine Makram on 66. It's now or never for the Southern Panthers. (51 off 30). Here we go. Need in excess of 10 runs per over. Off the edge, and he gets a boundary. That's the kind of start that they want. Doesn't matter how it comes at this stage of the game, as long as it's counted as a boundary. That's all what matters at this stage of the game for the Southern Panthers. Another full toss outside the off stump, and couple of runs. Good bit of fielding down in the deep. Off the edge once again, but there's protection down in the deep. That's a good looking shot. One bounce and into the boundary line it goes. Emine Makram moves into 70. There we go.
just the kind of start they wanted to this last 5 overs. Now 40 runs required. And good bit of fielding. Yeah, there we go. Stopped a certain boundary. That's the kind of commitment you would want to see from your fielders, especially in this latter part of the game. You do not want to see fielding lapses. Right. 39 more runs required now. 154 for 3. Here's Mohammad Farzad. That's wide. And bit of fumble from the wicketkeeper. Will allow the batters to get back to the other end. So couple of runs there. How many runs from that over? 10, 11, 12 runs from this over. With one more to go. Just exactly what they need. Now all of a sudden, look at the equation. Now it says 37 of 25 deliveries. The required run rate and the current run rate getting closer. Punched on the ground. Both mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle means only one thing, and that's gone all the way for a boundary. Oh yes. 16 runs from the over, and the ball goes straight as an arrow. 21 done. 160 for 3. Oh, that time, did he get an edge? Did he get an edge there? Yeah, I think he has an edge. Yeah, Eminem Akram, very cheeky, very effective. Now all of a sudden, Southern Panthers are back in this game, and now the Western Tigers feeling the pressure. 193, that's the target they're chasing. You can see the current run rate almost touching that 8-run mark. Oh, that's up in there. Is that a chance? 2 fielders coming in, and he takes a catch. Shakurun, who's the captain himself, who took the responsibility of bowling this second power over, have done a big task for his team. He has got rid of Eminem Akram, who was troubling them for some time now. Eminem Akram just trying to work that ball towards the backward square leg region. but he couldn't really get it past the 30-yard circle. That went high up in the air. And this is a big moment in this game. 165 for 4 in 21.3 overs. It's a good knock, a real good knock from Mehmet Makram. A knock that have put Southern Panthers right back into this game. He's gone for 79 off 61. Shakur Yunus, the captain, with the breakthrough. Is that a 6? Is that a 6? Oh, it's taken. My goodness, what a catch. Dilshan Pereira, first ball, absolutely hammered that, but just not enough. What a catch. This has to be one of the best catches in the whole tournament. Very close to the line. Let me tell you, that's a pressure catch. That indeed was a pressure catch. And he just made it look so easy and comfortable. So Southern Panthers now half of the side back in the pavilion for just 165. This is what happened. There we go, up inside this, up in there, and phew, that's a good one. Yeah, he's pumped up. Udarapir is on 17. He's going to be the key now for Southern Panthers. Now, back-to-back wickets. See, this is how the game shifts, isn't it? That's the beauty of cricket. Previous over, it was all about the Southern Panthers. They got back into the game. They got the runs. And now, look at this over. Shakur Yunus came in, took the responsibility to himself. Now have picked up 2 wickets and have given away just 5 runs for the first 4 deliveries. You just cannot expect anything more at this stage of the game from your bowlers, from your captain, stepping up when it matters the most. Well, that's the end of the over. 22 overs. Right, so the power overs are done. So Southern Panthers 166 for 5. Faster delivery. And it's been called an over. Malit Bimsara. Faster delivery this time. Lofted on the offside. Might not go all the way for a boundary. Just a couple of runs there. Malit Bimsara, yes. Right, so 24 more runs required of 17. This is turning out to be a thrilling contest. A much closer game than I thought. Hirusha on strike. Opens up. That's a good shot. But straight into the hands of the fielder. Couldn't find the gaps both the occasions. Hirusha. That's a 6. That 6 will definitely make things much more easier. Will let the team breathe much more easier. That's Udara Piris. As I mentioned earlier, if they are to cross this line, Udara Piris need to face majority of the remaining deliveries. 15 deliveries remaining to get 17 runs. Gettable. Very much gettable. But they need Udara Piris to do that. He gets a single. That's a good looking shot from Udara Piris. Right on the bounce towards the fielder though. Couldn't find the boundary once again. Couldn't find the gap. Right. That's the end of the over. 23 done. 179 for 5. Right, so here we go. The penalty made over and gone. Udara Piris. That ball didn't bounce. That's a very rare delivery that didn't really bounce off of this surface. As I mentioned to you over countless times, this is a surface where you can trust the bounce. But at that moment, the ball didn't really bounce, and that took Udara Piris walking back to the pavilion. Right, so 14 runs required over 11. Is Rumalinga. Still the job is not done. Gagan Udesiri walks out to the middle. Yeah, coming back for the second run. Got to Ari and he's gone. Oh, brilliant. This over. is absolutely brilliant from Mr. Malinga. That's a really good throw from the fielder as well, down in the deep. Struck firmly into the gap. And there we go, good collection and good throw. Right on the bounce. And gone. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 180 for 6 now. 13 more runs required. That's the end of the over. A superb over from Mr. Malinga. Right, so 10 runs required. Right, so 10 runs required over the last 6. Malik Bimsara. He's got the responsibility now. Kavindul Akmal, he's on 1. Hirusha Bandar at the other end, 7. Here's the last over. That goes up in there and that's taken. Kavindul Akmal has to depart. And Malik Bimsara gets a breakthrough. Tanvir at short third man has taken a good catch. Another quick single. And they're coming back for the second run. Yeah, everything's happening out there at the center. Right.
3 more deliveries to go. 8 runs required. Is Dilip Niroshan. Malit Bimsara. What's he going to do now? He misses it. And he gets a single. Now he can breathe a bit more easily. 2 deliveries remaining, 7 runs to win. Hirusha, they need a boundary here. Still the game is not over. Both the sides still very much in the game. Here we go. Punch down the ground. Got to come back for the second run. And they do. They do come back for the second run. Right now. This is interesting. 5 runs to win. They need a 6. A 4 will tie things. And a 6 will seal the deal. Where do we have the field? We have long on, long off. We have deep mid wicket. We have backward point in position. And a deep cover. And that's pretty much it. And there we go. That's a game. And they're coming back for the second run. But that's not going to be enough. As the Western Tigers have hold on to a really good win. A win that will keep them in the tournament. A win that will give them so much confidence heading into the latter part of this tournament. And they have done a tremendous job in defending this score on a surface that didn't really allow much for the bowlers. They've done well. They've made sure that the Southern Panthers batters, well, they had to work hard for their runs. And just shy of 4 runs. Or rather 2 runs. So Southern Panthers, the batting lineup. Some really good performance from Anjana Abhiratne and Eminem Makram. That partnership really took them back into this game, and at one stage they were really in control of the game. But things started to change soon after the dismissal of Anjana Abhiratne, and then you can see how the middle order collapsed one after another. So in 25 overs, they only managed to get 190 for the loss of 8 wickets. With the ball, Shakur Yunus, the captain, was the pick of the bowler. 3 wickets for 25. And the 1 wicket apiece for Malit Bimsara, Farsat, Devindu Kakardenia and Isuru Malinga. You can see the second wicket goes down at 6, and the third wicket, it goes down way after that, way into 100 runs. But then after that, the wickets, well, they started to tumble one after another. So let's have a look at the highlights of this run chase. Well, it started off well, as I mentioned earlier, but they lost a wicket early on. Tivanka Pereira was the first to get dismissed. This was the wicket of Tivanka Pereira, but soon after that, Udara Pirish looked really good out there at the centre. And then Anjana Abhiratne and Emile Makram played some really good shots all around the park. Anjana Abhiratne scored 61 of 49 deliveries. 61 of 49 deliveries with 9 fours. And Emine Makram, he stood there till the very last delivery, or rather very last over. He scored 79 of 61 deliveries with 8 fours and 2 sixes. That partnership, well over 100 runs, took Western Tigers to the verge of a stunning victory, a stunning run chase. We saw how the teams chased earlier in the day. 190 odd runs chased in just 17 overs. And now the Western Tigers almost just falling 2 runs short of chasing down another 190 plus target here at Thurston College Ground. So it's been a really good game of cricket. Both the games have been really good. Now this is Shakur Yunus, especially in these last few overs.
came in and picked up those wickets. This was his first wicket, and then some really good shots being played all around the park as well. But Shakur Yunus at 1 over, that was the second power over where Shakur Yunus came in and picked up 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Now that's where the game started to change and tilt more towards the Western Tigers, as the Southern Panthers were going all over. This was the wicket of Eminem Akram. The moment where everything started to change for the Southern Panthers, and then Dilshan, first ball he faced and a really good catch down in the deep. And from there onwards, Udara Piris tried out to play a few shots, but this ball didn't really bounce, and Isuru Malinga picked up 2 wickets in the same over. And then Malit Bimsara, who bowled the last over, defended 10 runs quite comfortably. So there we go, Western Tigers 192 all out in 24.3 overs, and Southern Panthers all out, or rather Southern Panthers 190 for the loss of 8 wickets in 25 overs. 79 for Eminem Akram, 61 for Anjana Biratna, and Western Tigers winning the match by 2 runs. So hope you enjoyed our live stream as we brought to you the Lancashire Premier League 2025, the 5th weekend here at Thurston College Grounds, and we hope to see you next weekend as well with more exciting cricket of this Lancashire Premier League 2025. So until then, stay tuned with us. It's goodbye and good night from Thurston College Grounds.